to call the meeting to order at 5:33 p.m. and if you will rise for the pledge. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the Zia symbol of perfect friendships among united cultures.
I know, I'm gonna trip over that. Thank you, sir. All right, Mrs. Sandoval, roll call, please, ma'am.
Dr. Shambo?
Yes.
Ms. Hunt Daly? Mr. Hadamio?
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz?
Here.
Mrs. Lee?
Present. We do indeed have a quorum. First is adoption of the agenda. Board members, are there any changes to the agenda? If so, what may they be? Mr. Widener, do you have a recommendation, sir?
I recommend that we approve the agenda.
Excellent. Board members, is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented? Thank you. And is there a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. It has been moved by Mr. Ortiz and seconded by Mr. Jaramillo to approve the agenda as presented. Is there need for any discussion? Hearing none, we shall proceed to a roll call vote. Mrs. Sandoval, please.
Dr. Shambo?
Yes.
Mr. Hadamio?
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz?
Yes.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye, the motion carries. Adoption of minutes for January 7th, 2024. Board members, are there any amendments to the minutes? If so, what? Okay, I do have amendments to the minutes. On page 1, it repeats, we had 3 schools that, we had 3 schools that. That needs to be changed. On page number 2, it says they were excited. That needs to be changed. Then down on page 2, under the tractor supply portion, it says no value. And then it also says very generous and kind. It should say in kind. And then on page 3, it was PSOC in letter C, the update on the PSCOC. It just says PSOC. That should be PSCOC. And Mr. Widener is spelled incorrectly, and it says Mr. Cooper instead of Mr. Jones.
Okay.
So that needs to be updated, and that was all. So, board members, anything further for minutes? Superintendent Widener, is there a recommendation, sir?
I recommend that we approve the minutes with the changes suggested.
Thank you, sir. Is there a motion to approve the minutes as amended?
I'll move to approve them. I wasn't here.
Thank you, sir. Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved by Mr. Ortiz and seconded by Mr. Hopper to approve the minutes as amended for January 7th, 2024. Is there any need for discussion? Hearing none, we shall proceed to a roll call vote. Mrs. Sandoval, please.
Mr. Hadamio?
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz?
Oh, yes.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye. The motion carries.
Isn't in here.
I know, you're good.
Okay.
Citizens to address the board. Mrs. Sandoval, are there any citizens to address the board this evening? Thank you. Mr. Widener, the great part of the evening.
It's always my
Recognitions.
favorite, this is my favorite meeting of the month because we get to recognize people that are doing outstanding in our schools. Usually in our second meeting, we recognize folks that are doing a great job with SEL, with their students, caring about their students, and really helping the students to navigate their ways through school. And so tonight, we're going to recognize a couple of outstanding individuals for their work and their care for students. The first recognee is a teacher at Grants High School. She teaches geometry and makes geometry fun for her kids. When you walk into her classroom, it is alive with energy and student data and plans on how to learn and learn everything about geometry. I think if we ask the administrators from GHS, the kids are really loving geometry classes, and that's such a foundational important subject. And we know we want to grow our kids at GCCS and especially grow their math skills. So it is my pleasure to present the first SEL plaque tonight to Dr. Joycelle Passamonte.
Can I invite my admin?
Of course. Do you want me there? You guys are all much prettier.
Oh, that's okay.
Good job.
It's not all over.
It's a good job.
I'll get the picture.
No, take the view.
Congratulations. At our meeting 2 weeks ago, we heard a lot of great things about the campus at Mount Taylor. And we heard about a lot of the efforts that are being done by the staff of Mount Taylor, the administration of Mount Taylor, to really make a difference in the lives of kids. And so we have an outstanding teacher that is growing her kids, she's supporting her kids, and she is helping them navigate through their grade in all subjects and really focused on building the students as individuals and empowering her students. Tonight, it's my honor to present our second SEL plaque to Mrs. Lucinda Tafoya. You are nominated by your administration.
His family here too.
Family, come up.
We'll do admin and then family. And then family, yeah.
Technology could even put this on the website. I know a guy.
I know somebody.
Let me let their family go.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
the cover seat.
yep.
Good job.
Congratulations. And our Edu Champion for the month is an outstanding educator who has been at Los Alamitos for the past few years. During her tenure at Los Alamitos, she has really built the science fair program at Los Alamitos and a love for science and STEM. And she's really taken the Kagan training into heart. She went through Kagan training last year, and really Kagan training is all about engaging students and involving students in class, and really use the philosophy to grow her students and to really support her classroom. And so it is my honor to recognize our Edu champion for the month of January as Miss Catherine Haber.
Uh-oh.
And then you have to do the muscle. Muscle.
Come on. Yeah.
That's a good pose.
Madam President, board members, that concludes our recognitions tonight.
Wonderful. I believe, sir, we're ready for you to move us to presentations then.
We have some great presentations coming up tonight. We've all been anxiously waiting to hear about the IPP. And I've asked Mr. Valdo and Mrs. Jones to come tonight and to talk about the IPP and their process for the IPP this year.
Good evening, Madam President, Mr. Superintendent. I'm going to defer to Mr. Waldo, as he was very instrumental in this process. We got together with the ICC to be approved and wanted to make this process easier for our end users, which are our parents. And so, we do have some parents here tonight that are going to also speak on behalf of this process. So I'm gonna give you guys some documents, and I'm gonna let Mr. Waldo start telling you what our process was.
Mrs. Jones, we should clarify, the parents can speak because they were on the committee.
Yes, they were.
They're not
Yes.
citizens to address,
No,
but.
they were instrumental in this process, and so we want the parents to be able to speak to the process that we went through to revise the IPP and come up with this more succinct plan. It is now, as you guys will see, it's like 2.5 pages. The last one, and I can just speak from my experience, when I stepped into this role last year, the last IPP that we had was very lengthy, very cumbersome, like it took me multiple settings to like read it, and I would read the policy and go through the procedures and go back to the policy and read the procedures and make sure that things lined up. It was pretty cumbersome, and so our thoughts when we looked at that, and Nolan can speak for his experience at Acme DOE, he said even at Acme DOE when he was the interim director there, when he got the IPP, he was like, what does this mean? So we didn't want our parents to have that experience with it. We want it to be usable for our parents. We want our parents to be able to read the policies, read the procedures, and know exactly what those procedures are and what they do if they have an issue with any of the policies or any of those things. So we just want it to be very transparent, very clear, very concise, and we did have some wonderful parent input. We've got 3 parents here this evening. We're very grateful they're here, and they were very instrumental in offering suggestions about the procedures and, well, what does this mean? Should we put a timeline? Do we add the months specifically? Like if we don't say specifically what months we want to hear reports, then is it gonna happen? So they were very good, critical, good to have the parent eyes on it and saying, yes, this looks like this is a document that I can understand, and so we're very grateful to have it. So I will let Nolan and the parents also want to come up and just chime in on.
Mr. Valdo, will you also explain why we have the IPP?
Good evening, everybody. Welcome everybody, parents, and board, and Madam President. Thank you for allowing me to speak today and your presentation for the policies and procedures. Like Ms. Jones said, we just sat down and put this together and looked at it from both sides, coming from the Academic Department of Education last year where I was employed until going through grants and come to school in July. And looking at it from both aspects, and as a parent, my son goes to Academic High School as a sophomore there. So putting this together last year with the person that was here before me, it was quite lengthy. 50 pages, a lot of pages to read. Myself as a parent, got to 2-3 pages, like I said, I'm not reading this. Because, the first couple pages didn't make sense, or it was going back and forth. So I came to him as that view, as going through as a parent, what do parents want to read? I don't hardly even read the lengthy policies and procedures that we have in place, or, I did as a parent, like, I'm not doing this. So I put it to the side, and so my thought is, how do parents feel about it? So we came down, we went to the NACFIS training, myself and Ms. Jones, and got the training on impact aid. So we looked at the template that they had in place as a sample for all tribal nations to look and look forward to or put in place. So we showed them our policy procedures, and they even said, this is a very lengthy policy procedures you guys have for your district. And I said, yes, we want you to use the template that we do have, and it makes it a lot simpler. It's easy to read, easy to follow. Parents will take, 2-3 minutes out and read it. If they have questions, then they'll come and ask you. And I said, yeah, that makes sense, because I would do the same thing too as a parent. So coming back and putting that together, myself and Ms. Jones asked what parents we get parent involvement, and creating this new policy, and hopefully we can condense it down so it's readable for parents like myself to read. So we asked to reach out to all Laguna, Acoma, and all parents, and ask them for their input. They can come and sit down and read, give us input and feedback, what their thoughts are. Last year's new policy versus the template that we want to put in place. Or so we could condense it down, it's not 2.5 pages, maybe something readable that parents could read and understand. So I did reach out, we did have 8 parents involved, 2 from Acoma, 2 from Laguna, and 2 from Navajo Nation. That parents came in and met with us. We met on December 4th, it was our first initial meeting. So even their reaction was, I gave them the first 15-page policy and asked, and just reading it and just reading their body language and their face, like, wow, this is pretty lengthy. I said, yep, that's what a lot of reactions are. So I reached out to a couple more parents and got their feedback and asked them, what is your thoughts about this? So they all expressed the same thing, like, it's pretty lengthy, and what does it really mean? I said, okay, so, the parents that did get and meet the first time, we condensed it down, we met over Zoom links, we met via email, put it as a live document to get feedback and corrections, and so Ms. Jones and myself were putting it together as the feedback was coming back in, and correcting it so they could understand it. That's a lot. So I know there's a couple of questions of why we shortened it and the reason behind it. Like I say, it was recommended by the trainer that we went to training with NACFIS to shorten down the template to be more readable, to be simpler and more streamlined, of parents to read it. Because parents are busy, and we're all busy, and we have jobs, we have people to go to, and we're fortunate enough to have 3 parents coming here and tonight that there's basketball going on and practice and whatnot, so we're all busy. And plus one, just don't happen without parents, so we have to ensure that we have parents from all tribes and nations that are involved in the district. Process for the new format, like I said, to make it more readable and for parents to enjoy and read, and that question they can definitely contact myself or Ms. Jones, and to make sure that all policy procedures were fulfilled by Grand Swole County Schools, and we did run against the checklist, the federal checklist that's required to go through, so we ran it through, and everything checks across. And especially for parents, if they don't understand, and I know coming from Acton Department of Education and being with that department for the past 20 years, I know a lot of parents from Acton will now get to know the Navajo Nation on this side of it. So a lot of feedback comes back, now they know that we're here against the county schools. So I was sharing with them, what's easy for you all. And readability, do they understand it? And can all parents across the board understand it? From all the way from Laguna all the way to Baca Chapter House. So we try to keep them in mind too as well. So we ran it through, it's readable, a level, a 12th grade level. So we do have a few parents here that helped us put it together, so we could refer to them to ask them. I'll ask them, how did you feel about reading the 15-page policy versus the 2.5 pages? Is it easier, is it simpler? Just a quick input from you. So we have Ms. Sanchez, Ms. Lewis, and Ms. Walipi here, representing the parents.
Please come up if you feel comfortable. Every, I know. Thank you.
Stand up here and stand still.
No, not, not stay there.
I can share the stage with you.
Good evening, everyone. Watsi Rehalahopa. So as Mr. Walter has said, my name is Tanya Lewis. I have a daughter at the early college program. So being a part of this process was, some people enjoy writing policies and procedures. I'm one of those people. So, but don't call me again. I really enjoyed having this opportunity to provide some meaningful support, if you will, to the students. And so, and I know that so the primary editors, if you will, were primarily myself and Ms. Sanchez, who helped to revise the document. As was shared, the document was very lengthy. Also, some of the concerns that we had with the initial document was there was a lot of crossover between making sure I get my the IPP and IPAC. And so the policies and procedures kind of crossed over, and there was no, they weren't streamlined to specifically address just IPP. So we ensured that the revised division was very specific about the IPP in itself and very unique to just IPP. In addition to that, we also, as a shared cross-reference, ensured that the revised document was in alignment with the federal requirements. In addition to that, we also streamlined, there was a lot of crossover between like what was a policy and what was a procedure. So as you will read the revised document, we're also very clear about what the actual procedures are. And kept in mind that the actual, although we weren't in agreement with a lot of the language in the policy, we recognize that that is federal language that we hope one day will be more culturally sensitive, if you will. So we couldn't make any changes to the actual policies, as you know, but we did ensure that the language within the procedures that were recommended were culturally sensitive and again in line with the federal regulations. Let me see. So that was our experience. The final recommendation, as was shared as well, was to ensure that the readability was at least at a 12th grade level, so everyone can be able to understand the document. I think in closing, just final thoughts about the document are really just to ensure that this document, if we will consider implementing the document, to ensure that the recommendations are followed as best as possible, because as a parent, as a community member, I can assure you that I don't ever recall being a parent that the IPP was even followed in the initial document. I don't ever recall as a parent being notified or provided data specific to what IPP requirements are. So I hope that in moving forward that the revised procedures will ensure due diligence and ensure that all Native families are best served and kept at best interest. I don't know if the others have any feedback, but if you have any specific questions for me, I'm open to.
And I believe that Ms. Lewis did her research and looked at other school districts to see what their ITPs looked like, and a lot of the other school districts that she researched are using a template similar to ours, where they're much more
I wanna thank you and the parents that aren't here tonight for helping with this. It's important, it's an important document for our families and for our district, and so thank you for all of your help with this.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kathy Whitney, and I'm actually a previous parent from Cibola, but currently I'm a grandparent now. And when Mr. Baldo asked for comments and feedback on this document, my first response to him was, this document was here when my kids were in this district. And to see him, update this document, makes sense, because I was not gonna sit there again and read this 15-page, and like Ms. Lewis stated, nothing was ever followed through with this policy. And to see someone step in, the individual step in and, make this more attentive to you all, I hope it's followed through. And I hope, as a grandparent, that my grandkids, receive these services that's provided in these documents, and you all follow through with that. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members. My name is Cassandra Sanchez. I am a director at Head Start in ACMA. I was asked by Mr. Baldo to help revise the committee, and like Tanya, I also enjoy policies. And I think from my background, it really helped because serving in Head Start, you serve income eligible families who that may be a little bit of a hindering factor of reading through policies and making sure it's reader friendly. So when we were provided the 13-page document, it was like, whoa, I've never seen this. What is this? Who reads this? So it was a lot of thinking about the audience that we're targeting and making sure that there are, as Ms. Jones had mentioned, that we did put months in there, so that we're making sure that we're hitting those milestones, that it is reviewed annually and things are happening at a certain time of the month. That was part of my input to put it in there. So like I said, annually it's revisited because policies we sometimes make them and then kind of put them on the bookshelf, and it's there for our reference. Part of my input was also that I know policies are lengthy for a reason. So we had to keep that in mind when we're going through it, that in the event we do have to defer back to this policy, that there is at least detailed enough information for reference, and we're not just shortening it for the audience sake. But other than that, it was fun getting to provide something. I have two daughters who go to the district, and like Tanya and Ms. Felipe mentioned, I've never seen this document, which was a little bit an uneasy feeling for myself, but hoping within the coming years and in the future that it is provided and parents do read it now that it's a shortened version. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ladies, very much for your input tonight. It's invaluable to the district. Thank you.
So thank you parents as well for coming and helping with the presentation. We certainly appreciate it. I know a lot of parents were really, like I said, there's basketball games going on and there's practice going on. So of course my son plays basketball, so they're in Peru, so I'm missing that game. But it's good. I'm glad. Just to assure parents the policies that we will be followed through. By myself and Ms. Jones to make sure that we are getting communication and there's transparency within the communities within the Ackland and that will. Just to add in the former board, we did make, I know leadership has changed, and Superintendent White will go over that in his presentation. But I am reaching out already to make consultation, just a meet and greet type of thing with the new leadership within the public relations. So we're working on it. We're working hard to get this ball rolling and for a prosperous new year. And thank you very much.
Board members, Dr. Archambault.
Yes, thank you for coming, Bill. I appreciate it. And some of these parents I know from some time back when the children were children. And so can't extend my greetings to your parents. And some of us to see the impact aid law has regulations that specifies explicitly how the IPP is to be developed. And with the federal application for tribes. It's been here for a long time. And the primary signatories are tribes. Now, those signatories have to sign off on this. Am I correct?
You are correct, so it has to be board approved,
Right.
and then, so that's an action item for this evening, so it does have to be board approved, and then Mr. Waldo, pending board approval tonight, Mr. Waldo will reach out to each tribe to get their signatures.
One of the things that, when I've shared this with Mr. Widener, is that you must recognize that I have some familiarity with a lot of this over the years and working in Washington DC with these programs too. In the last years, we did not get all tribes to sign off on the IPP.
Correct.
Okay? And it's been sporadic. A lot of different reasons why tribes wouldn't sign. But the federal government believes that it's important for parents and tribes to be consulted in a meaningful way. And there are different mechanisms by which they do that. One of them is the state and federal requirements for tribal consultation. The other is we don't have Johnson and Malley, so we will talk about that too. But with Impact Aid, a condition for obtaining Impact Aid funds is a policy, a set of policies, policies that are policies and procedures. And it's really beneficial to have parents get an effort to try and be involved in this process. The regulation says that the parents and tribes will be involved in the planning and in the development of the IPP. That's in the planning and the development of the IPP. In the flow chart that Impact Aid Office shows, it says that that's a valuable, that's something that is necessary. Since it is for the parents and the tribes, that they be involved with this. And if there's any need to revise it, then we have to reach out to them to do that. Question is, to what extent have you, as the district, reached out to the tribes to seek their involvement in the planning and development of the IPP as the law requires?
So we reached out to parents within each tribe, not specifically to tribal leadership. We wanted, since the parents are our main end user, we wanted to ensure that it was readable and accessible for parents primarily. But we did reach out to parents within each of our tribes.
Well, I'm pointing out the fact that we do not have tribal community, we don't have tribal representatives here to say we have been involved in the planning and development of the IPP. That is critical. And you will see in 222.9 that it says at the very beginning that parents and tribal officials are to be involved in the planning and development of the IPP. In the event that there are some issues, and you've presented some valid issues with respect to the length of the previous IPP. Excuse me. And so if that is the case, then back last fall, we should have communicated with the tribes to say to them that it's pretty clear that there's a need for improving the IPP so that it's succinct, clear, and is usable. Which is what you're saying. This is what they're saying. But the most critical part that is missing is tribal involvement by tribes. When it says tribes, it doesn't mean parents. It distinguishes between parents and tribes. And so, in order for you to obtain signatures from tribes, they would have been, they would expect to have been apprised of the need for improving the IPP, would have been able to solicit from them their feedback on those things. And that's what the regulation says. But it says that those things are to be done before the board approves the IPP. And I think we've gone halfway. We've gotten excellent involvement of a sampling of representatives of our parents to participate in this. But we do not have that other part, and that's going to be questioned. And it's conceivable that that would be a query that would be made, is why were we not involved in the planning and the development of the IPP? And Mr. Weiner, that's a serious concern. And if we were to approve the IPP as it stands right now, the tribes would ask the question, were we involved in the planning and the development of the IPP? And we would have to say, well, we did get the parents to be involved, and we got some excellent input from them. But I'm not sure how we would approve an IPP when we do not have tribal participation in its development.
So if I may add to that.
Sure.
The IPP should be a living document. In there, it says that any changes to that would be immediate upon board approval. So in the event that there is an issue with the tribal entity, which I can't foresee that there would be, especially given like our parents have said that as parents, the lengthy document they wouldn't read, that it wasn't readable, it wasn't usable, that this is much more user friendly. I can't imagine that we would have pushback from tribes on that. As we are the board is the governing body, the board's approval is primary in this being included in the application, as Dr. Guy pointed out, that in past years it's been sporadic on the signatures. So part of our thought process going into this was, as our parents have attested to, this document has been in place for years and years, and they've never even known what was in the document, nor had any of the policies necessarily been adhered to. And that's what we're trying to change, is to make sure that it is succinct, that it's user-friendly, that we know exactly what we're supposed to do, that in February we're gonna report, that in August we're gonna report. I've already pushed out information to each athletic director at the sites, asking them when they do their participation information for Title IX, that they add in their participation information for Native American students, so that we can ensure that Native American students are participating at the same rates as non-Native American students. Like, there are things that are already in place that we are doing behind the scenes to ensure that these policies are met. Which, so even in past years, with that being approved by the board and then signed, doesn't mean that the policy was being met. So our thought was that if we had parents involved in this process and parents know what's going on, that then we have accountability to our biggest stakeholder, which is parents, that can then push out and say, hey, you guys aren't doing this. And so even if there are issues, the board approves tonight and there are issues with tribes, we can bring it back again for a secondary approval upon tribal editing or questions or additions.
Well, and
Because it can be approved more than one time.
And I will report in a little bit in the superintendent's report that all three of our tribal partners, their leadership has changed. And so, so Mr. Valdo has to run a lot, and we've got to start building those relationships, and so I'll talk about that in the superintendent's report.
That's quite true. It happens. And those of us who are here know that it happens frequently. And so it makes it challenging for us to reconnect, reestablish new relationships with tribal officials. And that's very important. However, what I'm saying to you is that what I pointed out in the previous board meeting was that we should have started this sooner. That way we would have, because remember last year, we had approved the IPP, we had and sent it out and tried to solicit tribal feedback. And that was way back in October. you attempted to, the district attempted to do a challenging task, with the parents in December. Now, I know all the timeline crunches that are going on. All I'm saying is that I do not predict that the tribes will be acceptant of not being involved in the planning and development of the IPP, which it keeps saying in each one of the policies that, and I'm just looking at it tonight, so it, as the parents know, is that it is a simpler version of it, but I haven't read it in detail.
Dr. Guy, I remember last year, part of our desire to simplify was last year, one of the comments you made was that you had read these things ad nauseum, and we didn't want to cause you any nausea, so we wanted to condense that to make sure that it was very readable.
I'm a nerd. That means that I will look at these things and download, that has been my professional, part of who I am, is I look at these things clearly, and when I work at the federal level, I've always looked at policies, and I know the nuances of all of these. And, I don't even talk about the last, 50 pages of IPP. No. But what I'm saying to you is still the difficulty I have is that, number one, the board is new to this, and so for itself to really understand what this is all about, they have to be taken through this so they understand what they're doing, why it's important. Why did the federal government feel that it's important for Impact Day to require parental travel involvement? And I think that that's what we need to understand. And what are the policies? What do they do? And what are these procedures? And how does this benefit the district and the parents, and particularly the tribes? The tribes have this sovereign responsibility, and that's why every time there's anything to do with education that affects, or any federal matter that involves tribes, they will always stipulate that tribes must be consulted. In the Bureau of Indian Affairs, in the Bureau of Indian Education, there's always a requirement that they have consultation with the tribes to do so. So this is something that the tribes are familiar with, and they do get involved in a range of consultations for different purposes, not just education. So what the board is not so that familiar with these things. We don't always know these things. We don't know why this is there. We know that Impact Aid is money in lieu of taxable property. That in this state of, in this district, most of the land is federally, is under the federal jurisdiction, and that includes reservoir tribal lands. And they get money based upon the count of the Indian students who live on those Indian lands. And so that's why there's a vested interest on the part of the tribes to be involved with it. If we had tribal leadership that sustained itself over multiple years, they then build that expertise in that area. But we don't have that, particularly with publics. We oftentimes will change, and so they have to get up to speed. That's why it's important for us to communicate with them early on so that they can be involved with this. I know that the two tribes, the three tribes are actively interested in these kinds of things. Navajo Nation is totally familiar with policy and their sovereign right to express their views on those issues that affect their children. Pueblo Laguna and Pueblo Vacama are also the same. So we are in need of ensuring that they're input, notwithstanding that they are new.
Dr. Archambault, if I may
Yes, you may.
interject briefly here. You sent a very helpful document
Mhm.
to me. And it's talking about the policy 222.94. What are the responsibilities of the LEA with regard to the Indian policies and procedures? And section 4 and section 5 of that on page 474 says modify the IPPs if necessary based upon the results of any assessment or input distributed in paragraph B of this section.
Mhm.
Respond at least annually in writing to comments and recommendations made by tribes or, not and, or parents. And so I think parents of Indian children, and disseminate the purposes to the tribe and parents of Indian children prior to the submission of the IPPs by the LEA. So it seems to me that what Mrs. Jones and Mr. Valdo did actually corresponds to the letter of what that paragraph says, that it is tribes or parents as far as modifying the IPP, which is what they have presented to us, is a modification.
It says at the beginning in A 22.94, and the LEA that is subject to the requirements must consult with and involve local tribal officials and parents of Indian
Agreed.
children in the planning development of Indian policies and procedures. That's what the tribes are gonna look at. They're gonna say, it says us and our parents. And so I don't wanna predict whether or not the tribes will say, yeah, go ahead, we'll sign it. There's two things that the tribes may become aware of. Is number one is that they have the right to participate in the planning and development of the IPP. That's number one. So they say, okay, well then let's get involved with that. And we would say to them, the current one is too long.
But that's
We
to
could- we
develop
could
a
say
new
that
one,
too.
though, but that's to
And then
develop a new one. We're
That would
talking
be,
modifying.
or something else has come up that requires us to go ahead and try to revise it so that it's more, it focuses in a very concise and simpler way on what the policies are. And we have to comply with the policies. There are 6 policies that the impact date says. For you to do this, you must have an IPP that has, and she said that, it doesn't change, even though we left to change the wording. You have to do these 5 things, and each one of those things says tribe. So we can't exclude the tribe from that. And we have to respect that the tribe feels strongly about these issues. And they're gonna come back to to any agency, whether it's public school or BIE, they're going to say, we have the right, because the federal government says, for this district to get federal funds, impact aid funds, we must be involved in the planning development of the IPP. We need a chance to do that. If we had done this in October, back then, we could have included both parents and tribes to do that. We can't turn the clock back. But we must recognize we're in a conundrum. Is that the tribes are not involved, and that is the responsibility of the district, and I'm not certain why, and I think you're saying that the reason why we didn't do it was because we had new leadership, and so we couldn't do it. Or what is the reason why we didn't include the tribes to be involved in that? Mr. Whiteman?
So Mr. Valdo has led this process, and he started his job in July. And has really had to kind of figure out his job. He started with the IPAC, that we haven't been successful in IPAC and making movement with the IPAC. So now, and we have to really separate the IPAC from the IPP.
That's hard.
Yes, yes. And so I think it's been Mr. Valdo kind of finessing those relationships and trying to, we had tribal consultation, well, this goes into my presentation, but we had tribal consultations in the fall, and now the group that we consulted with is different from each, all three tribes. And so so now we have to do a second consultation, and then we go into the monthly consultations where we're talking about students and student progress and being accountable to the students and the families and really making sure that we are transparent. And so it's, you're correct, we are behind the timeline, on the timeline. And it's taken Mr. Valdo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Leiter and, Madam President. Coming on to, the job in July, trying to figure out what I'm supposed to be, what my role is, it's been long, but fun. I enjoy seeing, like I said, producing the travel side and now from the district side, and trying to compare it to what do we as parents want to see in policies. I'd rather talk to parents, because the continuity will be there, because some parents have elementary kids, Head Start kids, versus leadership that changes every year or every 2 years, depending on the tribe itself. So the leadership, yes, we consulted last year, and during the consultation meetings, we brought up IPP, we brought up IPAC, and we informed that we will be coming forward with new policy procedures for them to look at. Those people are gone. Leadership changed, so now we've got to redo the wheel again. So that's my reason for reaching out to tribal leadership early to let them know we're going to do a meet and greet. Backman has already agreed, we have a date for February 3rd to meet and greet with tribal administration. It's gonna be, it's only a quick 30 minutes, and it's just a brief snapshot of what we're working on for their community. But like I said, I'd rather work with parents, and, because really, it's about the parents and not the leadership. Me as a parent, yes, the involvement is there to make sure that we dot our I's and cross our T's as leadership and tribal officials, but it's the parents. What are the parents' feedback? What do they want to see in Cibola County Schools? How do we hold ourselves accountable to provide back to our native children from we're doing all the way to Navajo? So that's what I want to see. I want to see it as a parent, as a former tribal director, as education. That was always the missing link of nobody from the district going within the communities and explaining what is going on, what are the policies, what are the procedures, what is Cibola County Schools doing for our students. So that's my job this year. I'm a people person, I talk about community, talk about everything that I sit at my desk, I'll be on top of the school. So that's gonna be my job this year. And also to train the board, if they want to learn about IPP, IPAC, we will open up those meetings and training sessions for them as well coming up. As well as go into the communities, have community meetings to inform the parents and the communities what we're doing here at Cibola County Schools. So I understand the questions of not having leadership involved. That's ideal if we're going to say, yes, their signature we as a whole, but they got to represent the whole community and parents. Without parent involvement, the tribal officials can't go anywhere without tribal and community involvement. So not only is it tribal officials, but parents are ideal audience.
Oh, I do, in relation to the IPP requirements, the requirements actually contradict themselves in the document because it does note that tribes need to be consulted with, but it also, further along in the document, does make a notation that says that consulting with the tribes is a best practice and not necessarily a requirement. And that is for modifying an IPP. But I believe that in submitting like an initial IPP, of course, you would actually be required to consult with tribes directly.
Right, this is a
or
modification.
parents.
This is a
This is a
modification.
modification. And a modification, a best practice is to consult with tribes and parents. So I just wanna, I don't know if you all wanna do more homework, but in my research, that's how I understood how a modified IPP, is to be, processed, if you will. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, she's
And
saying,
again, I would like to point out that we would like to look at this as a living document to make sure that it is meeting the needs. So in the event that we with tribal, new tribal leadership for tribal consultations, if there are issues with this, then we can bring it as a revised edition for a second approval before the board. I don't think that this is a one and done. I think that this is a process, and like the wheel that Dr. Guy shared with us, that is a process that we go through. It's not just set in stone and this is what we're going to do, because as the parents and as district and as tribal leadership, like, we need to evaluate and make sure that those procedures are actually getting what the policy says, and if they're not, then there has to be a revision. So it's not, I see it as a living document, something that we need to continue to visit and revise. I mean, it's also best practices that the IPP committee meets regularly to talk about this, so it's an ongoing process. I don't see it as a one and done.
Thank you, Mrs.
I'm gonna
Jones.
say a couple final things, Madam President, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Is that the board is the one who determines how to interpret this. We take your advice, but in the end, the board is the one who has to stand behind its interpretation of this. And so, if we approve this, then the next step is to, number one, you're going to prepare the impact aid application, and the district will include the approved IPP in the application. Because I'm not hearing that there's going to be an opportunity. What she's saying, what we're hearing from an individual is that it isn't necessary. I disagree totally with that. And I've spent a lot more time on this in years gone by. What I'm saying to you is that the board must recognize that it has to have an appropriate interpretation of this. And the interpretation basically says that tribes are to be consulted. And if we approve the IPP without their involvement prior to the revision, then they have the right to either be contested, not sign it, or file a complaint. So we need to recognize that there are some implications of it, but it's the board's decision on how best to interpret whether or not tribes are supposed to be consulted and involved in any aspect of the revision or development of a IPP. I consider it to be integral to that. And the only reason we're running into this is because we weren't able to get to this process of involvement of parents and tribes back in the fall. And we understand all of that. So, to me, I think it's very difficult for my review of all of this and another thing is that we haven't really read this. We don't understand it. And that's not what boards should do, is to approve something we don't understand. Its implications entirely, and have a discussion of it. We can individually read it and say we understand it, but as a collective group, we're not going to spend the time tonight to review the policies and what it all entails. Because ultimately, when we approve it, then the administration, which is the LEA, is responsible for implementing this and addressing all of the concerns or issues as the administration. We do not administer this. You will then have to administer this, and we would expect that this is all inclusive. When I look at this, I see there's something about 3.1 ratio of Indian children and non-Indian children participating. That has to do with equity. There are other aspects of equity that need to surface, but we don't have time to really look at that. And so we're seeing that parents have said that those are important elements of a policy. And that's commendable. It's just that I think we're don't have enough time to really fully understand what could be there. And is it not possible that tribes might have some additional good ideas about what could go into the IPP? So that's the concern. You have, as a board, we have to weigh whether or not the approval of this IPP that stands only based upon upon parents, exclusive of tribes, is what we want to do. And if we do approve it, then what are the next steps? What will be the next steps? And that's the board needs to know. What are the next steps once we approve this, besides?
Would you tell us? You've done it before. You tell me, what are the next steps? You've been down this road before. What are the next steps?
Well, the next steps would have to be to communicate, and it says that in the policy, it says the district will email each tribe and then a copy.
There you go.
So then what do the tribes do? Then the next step is that the administration has to not only submit forward this as an approved IPP and then seek their signature to the IPP. It is not required for tribes it's not required for tribes to sign it. As we know, in past years, we've not had all tribes sign. But we still are required.
Well, I'm tired of
Right,
red tape.
so-
You know, when the kids get behind, parents do the work, and then it's the politics that leaves the kids behind.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna stop, gentlemen, I'm gonna stop that right now. We have this as an action item. That is gonna come up. We do also have Miss Daly, who has joined us online, and she has very patiently had her hand raised. So I would like to ask Miss Daly what she would like to add to this conversation. Ma'am, I know you did miss a portion of the presentation, but also know, Miss Daly, that you are familiar with what the IPP is. So I ask for your question for Mrs. Jones and Mr. Waldo, please.
Okay, just to go back, and yeah, I know the process for IPP and the signature gathering. I just met with the new governor, Mr. Antonio, at his request, and because they're catching up, and he asked for some information from me, which I provided to him, which was the guide for tribal consultation, also the responsibility for the signing of the IPP, and gave him some information based on that. So that we had a meeting, and I think what is to be said is that maybe other tribes do it different, but this year's governor and this year's tribal council are largely parents of these students. And before they left office, I know that the GCCS did a short presentation, the tribal consultation presentation, and they were requested to come again because last year's council didn't feel that they got enough information. So they requested that the district and the board come back before the tribal council and give them a more detailed presentation and an update on where the students stood. And so, like I said, this year's council and this year's governor, they are also parents. And so if you know the way that the process works in the villages, the village people bring their concerns to the village meeting and they address their council representatives and their staff officer. And they are directed to bring those parental concerns to the entire council. And that's the way it works. So we're not just, the tribal council is not acting on their own, they're actually acting on the behest of the parents who attended the meeting and voiced their concerns about many of these issues. And so when I met with Governor Antonio, this is what he would like to have done: a more profound and detailed tribal consultation. I provided him the guidelines on how and where tribal consultation exists and how it's presented at their tribal levels. He says also has asked that the what is it called? The tribal consultation committee come and meet with the staff officers and several council members so that they can have a better understanding of how these things are provided and how these things are enacted. So I am working with the New Mexico State Department consultation tribal consultation committee to see if I can set up those training for them. They are really concerned after the last briefing that they got from the past council and governor representatives. They're really concerned, and the parents are concerned that they're not receiving enough of the information. So they're not really prepared to really sign anything. And I didn't want to tell them, well, we don't really need your signature, because then that would probably give us a bad, I would provide them a bad interpretation from where the board sits. So I just simply listened to him and agreed to what I could possibly help this year's tribal council with. And so it's important that we recognize the tribal councils, and regardless of whether they're politicians, we need to recognize their standing within every community, tribal community. We have 6 villages, and each village has 2 representatives, which is the makeup of the tribal council. Then we have a staff officer from each village, which adds to the makeup of the tribal council. So there are 21 members, and each one of those tribal representatives represents their village and the people that attend those meetings and bring up those concerns. So they're not totally acting on their own, even though we may have not a particular good view of politics and politicians. They are representing what their people are telling them to do. They do not act on their own accord. They listen to the concerns of the people and the parents. And so I just think we need to make sure that we address them politically correct, as far as they are the bearers of the concerns of the community. Okay, and so council meetings are not simply just their own opinions of each council representative. They are the opinions of the people in the village that they represent, which includes largely a lot of parents. And so I think we just need to take a step back and just prepare to address. I don't know how, I know how ACMA works very scarcely, but the Pueblo of Laguna tribal governor would like us to come back and provide them more detailed, more data, more information on where our students actually sit proficient wise, and what the district is doing to meet proficiency levels, not just increases, but where we are at meeting proficiency levels. How near are we to that? And that is what they would like to see. And so I'm just bringing back to you, to the rest of the board, the request from these new officials. And I think every tribe has this month as the swearing in of the new officials. They're getting their feet wet and then hearing from the communities. And so it's important that we recognize that as well as the input as parents. Sometimes parents will be reluctant to speak out at board meetings, at different congregations of IPP and the IPAC. They go through their respective council representatives and their staff officers. So that's where we're sitting right now. And so I'm hoping to get that training done for our councilmen and our staff officers in what actual should happen in a tribal consultation. And so they're looking for more information and more detailed information and to put it in his words, better information. And so I'm just relaying a message from Governor Antonio to my board tonight. And so I haven't been really active, as you well know, for the past, I guess, month. And so now I've got to step forward and be the representative that my tribe wants me to be, because that's who I represent. I represent the Pueblo of Laguna, the Cabero, and the Cibola land grants. And so I must do their bidding for them. And so I think we just need to step back and give all, I don't know what you call it, all avenues a chance to voice their concern and ask the needed questions they need to ask. Thank you, Mrs. Lee.
Thank you, Ms. Daly. Mr. Jones, Mrs. Jones, Mr. Waldo, anything further for
I
us?
just think on behalf of both Mr. Waldo and myself, like Dr. Guy said, what's next? I think that what's next is this is a living document. If the board approves it, we take it to tribal leadership. They have things that they would like to add. It can be approved again. It should be a living document and it should be workable around those things. So I don't think, like I said, I don't think that this is an end all be all. I think that this is a process that we're beginning and that it needs to be an ongoing process year round. And that's kind of what we wanted to do with this revision, was have a fresh start and a place to say, hey, we're now going to start revisiting this, quarterly, if not at the two board meetings for sure, so that everybody is on the same page, the board included, the tribal council, the parents, with all the things that are happening. So, and that would be my response to what's next.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So I'd just like to add, yes, Ms. David, you are right, we shouldn't be, our goal should not be to say, we're not gonna, it doesn't require your signature. My job is to make sure they do sign it and listen to them, why don't they wanna sign it, that's my goal, to make sure they do sign it, so we're in good relation and in good standing with all the tribes. And our goal is not here to say, we're bypassing something, we need your signature, but here it is, sign it up. My goal is to make sure that they understand it and they are willing to sign it and make that good standard with them. So next steps is my job to get out to the communities and start informing the parents of what's really Cibola County Schools going to do for their students. So that's my job.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time this evening. The last thing I am gonna add just on this topic, and then we'll move on to the next one, is that you'll have a chance when we have the action item. Okay. This is a grants Cibola County Schools document, correct? So this is not a tribal leadership document. This is
This is a document that you are the governing body of.
very good. Thank you all very much. Mr. Widener, our next presentation, sir.
We have another exciting presentation. We've been working for months trying to get a legal RFP for board legal services. Mr. Jones has been working with consultants and trying to make sure that we have a solid one with some of the suggestions that we've gotten from board members, from Dr. Guy and those of you that gave feedback on what you'd like to see in the RFP. We are trying not to consult with attorneys because we want it to be fair so that anybody can apply and fill out our RFP. So, Mr. Jones, why don't you update us on the draft RFP that you have?
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Widener, in your board packet, you will find a draft RFP. You saw the original document. This document is streamlined, kind of following the topic of tonight. So it has 13 pages total. Within those 13 pages, it covers all the necessary legal jargon, in addition to the scope of services as requested by the board. So, the next steps for me is read through this, take notes, make suggestions, give me your suggestions, and I will update it so that we're ready to roll. I anticipate that we can have this out by February 17th, which means by March 17th, we will have our evaluations complete. I'll also say, you cannot offend me. So if there is something that I missed, if there is something that you don't want to be included, please don't hold back, because as the board, you are the end user of this RFP. There's also evaluation criteria lined out in it. It goes through the timeline of when we're developing bids, the procedures for guidelines. And I really, this document is a lot more succinct and easier to understand. So, I'll also add that Mr. Widener had added that I've been working in my network and asking consultants and really just trying to get a feel for what it is we're trying to do. And we had a lot of really positive feedback that there are ample law firms and there are ample attorneys that would like to be doing business with us, and that we should send it. So that's what I've done. And I'm happy to field your feedback. And again, I promise, you cannot offend me. So feel free to email me if you need to. I'm a paper and pencil type person. So if you need to highlight and make notes in the margins and circle things and come and deliver that to me, I'm happy to work with that as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jones. Board members, any questions or comments for Mr. Jones?
Madam President, the scores in section A. Section A,
Page,
I'm looking at page, oh.
Where's the one top left?
Oh,
So page
I
7
see
is the
it now. I
evaluation.
apologize, I did not talk to you. Good afternoon.
It's okay, if you'd like the page number somewhere else, I can do that too.
I see it now. Trying to give my new eyes adjusted. Okay, section A, on page 8, must be referencing the evaluation committee evaluation criteria. 1, 2, 3, 4. What I see that I did not see, what I don't see is the scale. And we have listed sort of like a table, and each one of the evaluation criteria is put in, and then there was a column that there were points associated with each one. That's, I don't see that.
the scale.
Maybe that is,
And I'm happy to.
maybe that is in another exhibit that we haven't put in.
It's not, I guess and I'm happy to include that. Whoever the evaluation committee was would have a scale that they can work off of, but I'm happy to include that. You're an educator, what you need is a rubric. Right?
I look at a table, and I'm just using your words here, it says the scores for the short list. And if it's a rubric that means that you would have, say for qualifications or personnel, you'd have maybe multiple. You'd have maybe those that met the criteria, those that didn't, when you have scale, that would show, and you would be able to determine how many points you want to give each one of them. So each one of the rubrics. Anyway, recent?
And I'm happy to do that, I'm happy to say 35 to 40 today, 30 to 35 would be fine, so something along those lines, so that we can take that average at the end and decide.
Well, just, I don't have any other.
I'll also have you know that, I'm a little bit upset about this, the version that you have is not even the most updated version, because I've already started working through some features. I'm happy to.
Excellent. Anything further, board members, for Mr. Jones? Excellent. Mr. Widener?
Perfect. At this time, we have another mandated act that we need to enact in our district. This is coming from the UNESCO PED. And so I've asked Ms. Salazar to give us a first read on the Black Education Act.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Mr. Superintendent, and so we're going to be going over our first read for our Black Education Act discipline policy. And out of the 8 policies that the district has, there are 4 that are effective. And so there are 4 that we need to adjust, excuse me. And so there were 2 policies that need to include information required by the Act. And if you look on page 1, J 4700, detention of students, all of the red font, underlined font will need to be added to that policy, the detention of students. And so what it states is that they are able to carry their self-administered asthma medication and an emergency medication that has been legally prescribed to the student by a licensed healthcare professional provider under all conditions. And so if you'll go through those bullets, those are the conditions that need to be met. The other addition, the other policy that needs addition is going to be our J 5350, administering medicines to students. Again, the same type of verbiage, what needs to be administered and what the requirements are for that policy. There were 2 policies that we did get advisement from Walsh and Yaffe, who was gone. She referenced 2 policies that did not have any reference to the Black Education Act. And that's J 2300, which is going to be your page 9, student conduct. That red highlighted amount verbiage or bullet needs to be included in our existing policy. And so it's racialized aggression, which is any aggressive act which can be categorized, or which appears as such to be racial in nature may include racial slurs. Racial slurs are words and phrases that refer to members of a racial or ethnic group in a derogatory manner. So that needs to be added to that policy. And the final policy that we need to add information to is going to be your J 2350, student dress. And what is included there is the board will not interfere with the right of students and their parents to make decisions regarding their appearance. The board will not allow for the imposition of discipline, discrimination, treatment against a student based on student's race, protected hairstyles, or cultural or religious headdress. This includes training associated with race, including hair texture and length of hair. Protected hairstyles include such hairstyles as braids, locks, twists, tight coils, curls, cornrows, bantu, knots, afros, weaves, wigs, etc. Cultural or religious headdress may include hijabs, head wraps, or any other headdresses used as part of individual personal cultural or religious beliefs. And it does indicate at the bottom that the board will only interfere when the student's choices about their appearance affect the educational program of the schools of the health and safety of others. So those are the additions that suggested. We we look at carefully and incorporate in our existing policies. Any questions?
Dr. Archambault?
The board will only interfere when students' choices about their appearance affect the educational program of the schools or the health and safety of others. Is there an explanation of what that could be? Is there any expansion of what that could be?
Well, I think our building principals know that sometimes individuals will utilize maybe dress or hairstyles, and it does cause a disruption. They're interfering with the educational process or the instructional. I think when it says the board must interfere, that's during their maybe a hearing or anything like that, and that was my interpretation of that. So of course, discipline is always a site-based. They look at all of our policies, and the only time the board would interfere at that time is if it reached the level of a board appeal or anything in that nature.
We know there was an incident in Farmington with respect to the apparel worn by a native student. Has that ever been explored in our discussions about the acceptance of apparel during graduations?
We would have to defer to our principals that are here, as far as their traditional dress. I think we encourage it. I've been part of those graduation ceremonies, and we're such a cultural diverse community that we accept our individuals to represent their cultures with their dress.
But that doesn't impede in educating of the students at that point. So it would not fall upon the board to be involved in that portion of it.
No,
Thank you.
but we do respect that our students representing their cultures during graduation.
Anything else, board members? Thank you for that first read. We appreciate your time. Mr. Widener?
And now, for the most exciting presentation you guys have been waiting for, our three high school principals are here with part of their administrative team. They are going to be presenting tonight on the class of 2025 for GCCS. We'll hear from the Early College High School, Grants High School, and Laguna Acoma High School, talking about the seniors and hopefully an increase and betterment of the graduation rate. So do I go with Ms. Coles first? All right, Ms. Coles, you're up first.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, Superintendent Whiteman, central office, and yes. We're here to give you our wonderful graduation information for our kids this year. No, I'm not gonna do it all. I'm gonna look at our first page. Early college, we're gonna have 9 to 10 graduations. We have none from the past cohort of 24. We have no life skills returning, and early graduates, we have 1. Yes. Grants High School, 165 to 170. Cohort 2024, 2. Life skills returning, 3. Early graduates, 4. Laguna Acoma High School, 52 to 53. Cohort 24, 1 is returning. Life skills returning 0, and early graduates 0. No. Page. The cohort demographics. Early college high school, we have 1 Acoma, 1 Laguna, 1 Navajo, 2 Caucasians, and 5 Hispanics. Grants High School, 22 Acomas, 12 Lagunas, 39 Navajo, 2 Zuni, 3 African Americans, 20 Caucasians, 68 Hispanics, 3 Filipinos, and 1 Native American other. Laguna Acoma, we have 8 Acoma, 36 Laguna, 4 Navajo, no Zuni, no African American, no Caucasian, 3 Hispanics, no Filipinos, and Native American other 2. And here's Stevie Elkins from Grand High School.
So we tried to make it as simplistic as possible, just because this was a quick one and we're not down to the dire straits yet. So, the way that, at least the way that I break it down, is that if a student needs no credit recovery and they're passing everything that they're currently in, they are on my green list and they are on track and they're ready to go. The middle one that you'll see is a credit recovery, and those kids are on track, but they are actively working on a credit recovery, at least one credit recovery course. And then the numbers on the bottom are the ones that very possibly could be retained because the credit deficit is so deep that we just don't have the time, combined with their age, or they were a transfer student, or we got all kinds of different things. But so for me right now, I have 134 students that are on track, ready to go. If we graduated today, they'd be ready to graduate today. I have 26 students enrolled in at least one credit recovery course, so that's 15%. And then I do have 6 students currently that are facing possible retention for those reasons that I mentioned. Credit deficit plus age, or age alone, there's different things. And I don't know if
For good acting, we have 91% are on track. We have 3 that are credit recovery. And then the 2 possible retentions, they're not possible. We met with those parents today. We have 2 that will not graduate due to those same deficits of transfer. Actually, I think they're going to, one of them is going to be withdrawing on Thursday, and then the other one is going to, I'll get a hold of them, we have home visits and all of these that are contacted. We're not able to contact them. Both of them, just so I can answer this question before it comes up, either one of them do have a FERPA form with the tribe, so we can't use the tribe as a liaison for those students. So it's just basically our efforts is all that we can do at this point. Other than that, everybody else looks like we're on track.
At early college, we have 7 on track. 3 students are taking credit recovery classes, and we expect to get them graduated, and 0 possible retention. Oh, no. Demographic cohort rate. On track. Our Nakama is in credit recovery right now, and we're gonna get him graduated. Laguna, we have 1 in credit recovery, trying to get him graduated. Our Navajo student is on track. We have 1 Caucasian, that's on track, and the other one is in credit recovery. And we have 5 that are Hispanic, and they're on track.
So I have a whole lot. So I did their percentage rates against their demographic total. It's not, I don't want you to feel like those rates are against the entire total. Those are against their own demographic total. And so you'll see, I will go linearly. So my Acoma students are at 68% on track, Laguna 75% on track, Navajo 77% on track, Caucasian 85% on track, Hispanic 86% on track, Zuni 50% on track, African American 100% on track, Filipino 100% on track, and then they have 1 Native American Apache student, and he is also on track. As far as credit recovery, for Acoma is 18% of students that are currently enrolled in credit recovery, 25% of Laguna students, 18% of Navajo students, 15% Caucasian students, 13% Hispanic students, and then 50% Zuni, with 0 in the other 3 demographics. And then possible retention, I have 3 students that are Acoma students out of 13%, and then 2 students in Navajo demographic.
and then one Hispanic student currently seeking possible detention.
Alright, so fill our little numbers, I gave you the numbers and stuff, all the percentages, so contract, 7 out of 8 of our Aquimas are 88% are on track. Lagunas, 83%, our Navajos, 25%, we have no Caucasians, Hispanic, 100%, Zunis, African American and Filipino none, and of our Native American other, it's 100%. Trend recovery, we have 1 out of 8, which is 12% of our Aquimas. 3 out of 36 is 8%. 1 out of 4 is 25%. Navajos, no Caucasians, 0 out of 3 Hispanics are doing trend recovery. None for Zuni, African American, and Filipino, and 0 out of 2% Native American and others are in trend recovery. Possible retention, we have 0 Aquimas, we have 2 Lagunas, and none for any of the other categories.
That is as simple as it gets. Can we answer questions, concerns, anything of this sort?
Board members, any questions for these wonderful high school principals of ours? Dr. Guy?
I think we're always concerned, and it drives us bananas when we have kids who don't quite pass the courses. A lot to do. So I think that credit recovery is revealing, and it's a testimony to your transparency. Appreciate it. When do you think they began to have problems that required them to actually resort to credit recovery? When you just think about this kid historically.
I have a couple of turning points. You might do the same. So the ease of access and the ease of costs for credit recovery was a huge turning point when we took away the costs for failing a course. It was easy to fail a course and it was easy to recover that course. We talked about using Ingenuity for credit recovery, and that is definitely something that needs to be talked about, because I can fail an entire 18 weeks. I can fail an entire semester's worth of work, and I can recover it if I sit down and I put my head to it in about 2.5 weeks. And so that's a factor. And then we stopped charging for those. And I don't want you to feel like it's a business, because it's not a business, but there has to be some teeth in the game, a little bit of skin in the game. And when we stopped charging for those credit recovery classes, if I didn't want to come to school and I didn't like what was going on in that class and there was a little bit of pressure put on me, I was going to fail it intentionally, because I'll just redo it at home in the comfort of my home with pajamas and that kind of thing. So that was a major turning point for us. So the ease of recovering credit via that platform was a huge problem. Taking the cost away from that was a huge problem. And I need to use that as an excuse, but we are still feeling the after effects from what we allowed during COVID, and the liberties that we allowed students and the liberties that we allowed parents during COVID. We are still feeling the aftershock of that. Because if I failed if I failed a class in 2005, I had to pay $250 to recover that class, and I needed to sit my butt in a seat for 8 hours every single Saturday until the time that I took failing that class was made up, in addition to passing the class. So we just got some really bad habits that we're trying to break. Attendance continues to be the major factor in why kids fail classes. It's one of the major factors, like 90%. If we could get kids to school, we could get them to.
Attendance, I was using 100%. We have the 2 students that we know are not going to graduate. Looking back over the last 3 years, it's been attendance, since contract attendance. And with the state of Mexico pulling back some of the accountability to parents and everything, and the way we do the tier now, there's not as much teeth behind it, so it is harder to fight those attendance issues. Our other concern that I see all the time is the transfers we get in from outside schools, from Santa Fe Indian School. They come with us so far behind that we're always trying to get them caught up. The ones we get from Naka, Santa Fe Indian School, and there's another one, the one in Kansas.
Cibola. We struggle with Cibola.
Always come back so far behind, and sometimes it's just not enough time to recover them. And so I see the parents are doing, they're like, I'm successful there, but they waited too long to bring them to us, and we do the best we can, but sometimes it's a deeper hole than they're able to get themselves out of.
Early college is a whole different ballgame. I struggle with the fact that they start to work very hard on their associate's degree, and sometimes they just fall off the deep end and don't pass those college classes. Then they can't continue, so I have to turn around, put them in ingenuity, and make sure they're gonna get their high school diploma. So that's where our credit recovery kids are. Is to make sure they're gonna get that high school diploma.
Interesting. You've got, Madam President, cohort rates, at Grants High School, we got, 4, Acomos 3, Lagunas 7, Naval's 14, 15, Zunis. And their proportion, that percent is basically a proportion of the population of graduates.
Correct.
So 18% of the Acoma students are in credit recovery.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Food for thought. I think we just need to explore that and have administration come back and say, okay, we've got deeper into this and we've got some things to tell you. And maybe there's some interventions that we want to consider in the future. Thank you.
Anything else, board members?
Madam President, yes. So what are the chances of those, I'll just go to the high school, of those 18, those 4 of recovering?
99.9%. The only ones that there's a high likelihood of not are those ones that are the possible retention ones. We typically leave those credit recovery ones yellow, knowing that they need some work and knowing that we need to stay on them and knowing that we need to communicate and check in on them, but they will finish.
So just for clarification, it's on track and credit recovery should be walking the stage. We're most worried about the possible retentions.
Yeah.
And was there anything else,
No.
Mr. Harmio? Mr. Sanchez, last year you explained that there was a particular student that had rejoined your school and was having a problem, I guess, being in attendance and whatnot. Is that student one of these 2?
My hand. I rolled down the lake, I was trying to find everything to just like, I went to everybody, I went to other teachers, to go people in the community. I said, hey, you know, so and so, it is that same student that we struggled with last year. This year we just could not get. But I will say that with Ms. Alkins, so today we got a new student that transferred, Ms. Alkins, due to transportation issues. And the use of how we're doing ingenuity now, as opposed to sending them home and say, good luck, do the best you can, and hopefully you pass, and having actually a class where they actually work in a room and have somebody who's holding them accountable, is really making a difference. So one that Ms. Alkins sent us over this week, everything they did on ingenuity, even though it's a struggle to do it, it's hard to get them to, did it. So I asked her, well, how come you were successful at Grants High School? Her answer was, because I had somebody there to hold me accountable. So what we are doing with, even though I'm not a big fan of ingenuity, is working. And that's why it's nice for us to report together, because collaboratively we're doing a lot of the same things and the issues we're having are the same. So, we are a GCCS secondary group.
Thank you, sir. Board members, anything further?
Thank you. No. Very interesting.
Thank you.
Great job there.
Thank you all very much. We appreciate the update and information. Mr. Widener, it's your show now,
Now
sir.
it's time for the exciting superintendent's report. And thank you, principals. So
They're going to the game.
they were waiting a long time. I kind of put an agenda in there, what we're gonna talk about tonight in the superintendent's report. I'm gonna update you on where we are with the IPAC, the Indian Parent Advisory Committee. I did mention that we are working like crazy to do tribal consultations right now with the new leadership. And I wanted to share with you the legislative platform for the New Mexico School Board Association, as well as the New Mexico School Superintendents Association and the New Mexico Coalition of Educational Leaders. So IPAC, the last time I talked about our IPAC, I talked about that we had talked to our federal advisors, and we were advised that because we had to revise our bylaws and we had to update our bylaws, and our officers termed out, and we didn't elect new officers, that as superintendent, I could go in and appoint parents to be on the IPAC. Of course, I also mentioned at that time, that was not my intention. I don't wanna steamroll and say, these are the parents that need to be on the IPAC. And so I'm reaching out to stakeholders. I'm reaching out to the schools. I'm having them nominate parents that are very involved, parents that are very, active in their schools, on the PTO. And then my goal is to take that list of names to our tribal partners, tribal leadership, and ask them, hey, of these parents, who would you recommend to be on the IPAC? The IPAC leadership is to be comprised of one parent from Acoma, one parent from Laguna, and one parent from the Navajo Nation, as well as an educator in our system, a Native American educator in our system. And so I'm very much compiling that list. I want the IPAC I want all of the stakeholders to buy in to the IPAC and the leadership. I've asked Mr. Valdo to help me with those consultations with the new leadership. And that's my goal, to go with them and be very transparent and say, here's the parents that have been recommended. And so Mr. Valdo, he mentioned a little earlier that we do have a consultation meet and greet with the new leadership of Acoma. You can see there that their new governor is Governor Riley. Their new first lieutenant governor is First Lieutenant Aragon. Their second lieutenant is Mr. Ortiz, tribal secretary. And I won't read that. I'll just let you guys read that. But we do have the new leadership, and we want to partner. We want to have those relationships, Dr. Archambault, where we take the IPP and say, this is our document. What kind of input would you like to give us? And we are going to start having the monthly consultations again from GCCS to Acoma Department of Education, and including tribal leadership that way. On the next page, you can see that we have new leadership in Laguna. Mrs. Hunt Daly mentioned that she met with Governor Antonio, and so we have Governor Antonio, First Lieutenant Governor Saraceno, Second Lieutenant Governor Herrera, and you can see the other names there. We will work to partner with Acoma, Laguna, as well as the Baca Pruitt chapter. We have new leadership there. We have chapter president Key, and so we'll be working to forge that relationship as well. And so that's kind of where we are with IPAC right now and the tribal consultations. Mr. Valdo is running, and he's running like he's on fire, because he's we do want input from our partners, and even though we say, you know, okay, here's this IPP, it's our document, we want to do this for our Pueblo partners, and so so Mr. Valdo is running hard. And so I wanted to bring you guys up to speed on the legislative platforms.
If I'm, hopefully, I'm correct in what I'm saying, I only need a little, about 30 seconds.
Yes, sir.
Back to the iPad. I would encourage you to refer back to the statute that says that the tribes can appoint a representative from these the three tribes. So if you just research that and see how that fits into the game plan. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Archambault. That is my plan. I want to take those very involved parents and, you know, and say, okay, Governor Antonio, who do you think should be, and so that way it's not me steamrolling it and doing that. I will get into the legislative platforms. They're kind of similar. The first one there is the New Mexico School Board Association platform. They want boards to have the power to make local decision making, and so that's on their platform. They also want to make sure that schools and school boards have adequate funding to do what they need to do as school boards. And I'm sure you guys have seen this and that it probably came from Mr. Guillen, but there's what the School Board Association's looking at. The Coalition of Educational Leaders and the Superintendent's Association is also saying, hey, we want local control, we want you we want sufficiency, talking about budget and so they're working with legislators to lobby for that. They would like more support, and it's interesting because we do this. We have put a lot of funds into each of these. They would like more support for attendance, social and emotional learning, and behavioral supports and resources. And interestingly, so that they're looking at that. As a district, we do put a lot of our budget into those different items. And finally, the probably the most controversial ask of the coalition, they're promoting the reinstitution of the State Board of Education. And so not necessarily having the public education department, but bringing back a board of education, kind of the way we were 20 years ago. So so yeah, that I know we'll all be going to Santa Fe and going to the conference, and there will be a lot of this kind of lobbying and policy going on. So we have that in 3 weeks. We'll be going to Santa Fe in 3 weeks, and so so that's the superintendent's report, and I wanted it to be succinct for you. So.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate that, sir. Board members, any questions regarding that for our superintendent? No, very good. We'll move on to action items.
Okay.
Hot topic number 1, I shouldn't say that, but consideration of approval of the IPP for 2024-2025. Superintendent Widener, is there a recommendation, sir?
So I recommend that we do approve our revised IPP. As mentioned, Mr. Valdo will be consulting with our stakeholders and our partners, and I recommend that we approve this item.
Thank you. Board members, is there a motion to approve the IPP that has been presented to us this evening for 2024-2025?
I make the motion to approve the consideration of the IPP 2024 to 2025.
And is there a second? I will second it. Is there any discussion, board members?
Well, like I was saying, you know, a lot of times the kids get behind over policies and politics and they get behind and we're already behind as it is. So this is the document we're voting on right here, right? And then this is the things that the parents worked on, right?
This should be identical.
Huh?
Is it not identical?
Is it the same document? That second page, Walter, if I may interject, that page is a checklist that we would
Right.
provide to.
So this,
for-
so what we're voting on is this one right
Yes,
here.
that's just a checklist. to
Right,
ensure
of the
that
parent,
we
that the
met
parents
the
put together.
requirements that- In that document.
So this was the only thing that you modified.
We didn't modify that at all. That's when we were holding up the staple together is a checklist from the federal government that we have to use to make sure that our IPP hits all of those points. And that was one of the steps that the parents took in that process, was making sure that the revisions that we did still get, that they still met the criteria set forth by the federal government.
Well, like I said, I made a motion for it because I believe I'm here for the kids, and when I ran, it was about the kids, it wasn't about the policy, the politics of it, cause usually the kids fall through the cracks, that's all I gotta say.
Board members, anything further?
I'm concerned with respect to, notwithstanding all of what we've heard, the lack of the involvement of the tribes in participating in the planning and development of the IPP. My read of the regulations is that they are to be involved, and I don't see a way around that. And notwithstanding that we've crunched on, I just think that that's a principle that we need to continue to adhere to, is to ensure that we provide our tribal officials with the opportunity to participate in these things as the various laws say. So that's my statement.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Ortiz?
I know it's a little controversy on this issue, but I believe the tribes will look and appreciate the participation of the parents that were here tonight. And I think that with that, it'll show the tribes that there was some parents involved in this process. So.
Thank you very much, sir. Anything further, board members?
I think Ms. Katie was trying to get on.
I don't see a hand up. I'll finish by stating that I will agree in a similar fashion that every good faith effort has been made to involve the parent stakeholders that this directly affects. And their involvement does seem, with what Dr. Archambault shared, that it is a modified version and that it does say tribe or parent involvement. And I do believe that the district did meet that particular portion. And that's all I have to say. Anything further, board members? All right, Mrs. Sandoval will proceed to a roll call vote, please, ma'am.
Dr. Archambault?
No.
Mrs. Hunt Daly?
No.
Mr. Jaramillo?
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz?
I'm gonna read this.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye, the motion carries. Next is consideration of approval of the MOU with the City of Grants to fund the Washington Avenue Phase 2 and Phase 3. Superintendent Widener, is there a recommendation, sir?
I recommend that we do approve this MOU. I will let Mr. Triplehorn talk a little bit about what this is. This is a partnership with us in the City of Grants.
Thank you. Mr. Triplehorn.
Good evening, Madam President, board members. So this is an amendment to an existing MOU that we have with the City of Grants. We applied for a grant through the DOT, New Mexico DOT, to help fund some sidewalks and stuff in that area. And then along with this project, the city is upgrading the sewer and the storm drain and the water lines and whatnot. When the county, or when the city went out to bid on the project, it came in a little bit more than they had budgeted. And Mr. Jones and I looked at our budgets, and since it is upgrading our sidewalks and it's gonna prevent flooding in the future, I told the city that we could possibly, put up to $300,000 into the project to help fund their shortfall. So, that's what this MOU is for. It's gonna protect our property. It's gonna bring, good drinking water to the community as well as our school. The most important thing is, if you don't do the project, the new school can't tie into the sewer, and we can never open the school. So, so I have an ulterior motive as well, but, it's gonna be a benefit for the community, and we have it in our budget to handle it, so.
Thank you, sir. Board members, any questions for
Where is
Mr.
it coming, what
Triplehorn?
part of the budget is it coming out of?
So it is going to come from, right now, probably SB 9 or some other construction fund that we have. But we actually are gonna get a refund on Blue Water Elementary. And so when we get that refunded, when we close out that project, then we'll just reallocate that money to wherever we took this out.
What was the shortfall with the city? About 300?
It was about 300. They wouldn't give me a fine, a firm number, but I said if we could put up 300, we're back at the project going. And so the MOU says up to 300 and maybe less than that we put up. But change orders and cost of stuff going up and demand, so.
Well, they just had a meeting, I think they just voted on this engineering to get done on the road too, right? Is that what you're talking about?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're doing another project. They're gonna be repaving Roosevelt here, restructuring the sidewalks and stuff, so. A lot of projects the city is doing, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Superintendent Widener, is there a recommendation, sir?
Can I ask a question?
Oh, sorry, sir.
This is an amendment of a previous MOU,
Yes, sir.
and, back in 2023.
Yes, sir.
I reviewed that MOU, it did not say anything about us, providing any funds at that time. It basically says we're gonna work together, try to seek funds, for the needs that were identified in the MOU. Now we're coming to a point where we're being asked, where there's an initial offer by the administration to provide $300,000 for trying to read exactly the ways and filter. Is the district legally allowed to fund projects that are not part of the district's property?
So we are, because the roadway, we actually have the right of, where we own the property to the middle of Washington Street. The city has an easement or a right of way going through there. So, like even when we build a new school, we build new sidewalks outside of that school, even though it's usually in the city or the local jurisdictions, right away, okay? The PSFA doesn't generally pay for those because they only pay for stuff that's on site. So as long as we have an MOU that the city
and the county or the entity, in place. And so the original MOU that we did was we actually funded that MOU with what's called LGRF, which is local governance road funds that we got from DOT. And so that's why that initial one did not have the amount on there, because that's a fixed number that comes from the New Mexico DOT. And it's a grant that we apply for. Historically, Cibola County Schools has always used those to, like we helped the city with the trail project in front of Grants High School. We did that new archway that goes over from Washington through between the old boardroom and the ROTC building. And so those LGRF funds, historically, we've given those to the city to use on projects that are adjacent to our properties. And so that's what this one is. It's just adding on to our initial investment with the LGRF funds, which we don't fund any of that. That's all money DOT gives us, and the city takes care of all the paperwork and stuff on that, so. Did that answer your question, sir?
Partially, it's a complex.
It is a complex.
Yeah.
And so generally, no, we wouldn't unless we had an MOU in place. If we have an MOU in place that we're gonna work with another governmental entity, we can do that with another governmental entity. We couldn't do it if it was private property. We couldn't go into a project with Ronnie Pine to do the drainage behind the school. We couldn't do that because he owns that property. If the city owned it, then yes, we could work on that project with him because it benefits us as an entity with our property.
The other concern I have is what Mr. O'Neill asked, was the funding source. And that should have been outlined for us, so we know which part of the budget, and it's the board's budget, that we need to be taken care of. So that isn't stated, we heard it orally, but I don't see it in writing where it's coming from. And I got a sense that there was a little flexibility that it might exceed $300,000. And I don't think that, I don't know whether I misread or misunderstood what you said about that.
So the MOU says not to exceed $300,000. So that's what we've earmarked from the business office, and Mr. Jones can probably tell you more precisely what fund it's gonna come from. It may be SB 9 money that we use for it because we have an abundance of that, and that actually gets reimbursed to us from the state, SB 9 money. So we may use that because we get that money back from the state anyways at the end of the year. And so we may pull from a couple different ones, so we don't impact one $300,000. We may pull from SB 9, we may pull some from capital funding. And so we have the money that we can do it, but we don't have the exact plan of which funds we're gonna use for it yet.
That's kind of important to the board, is what is our plan for expending these various funding sources? So that we know, because what other projects are we considering in addition to this? So when I hear that there's funds available, then I think I would want, as a board member, to be reminded of what it is that is the expenditure plan for those things. So we know that we're not going to affect something else that we have considered to be of importance. And that's something that we need to understand for ourselves as a board, so that we know that we're not, by committing to this, are we going to be impacting anything else? And we don't know, because what we're hearing is an oral assurance of things. We need to have these things in writing so that we know how it impacts anything else, and what the actual funding source is going to be. That needs to be presented to us. What are your thoughts on that, Mr.?
Well, when it's time, I'll bring it to the finance committee, and I think I think that's kind of always been the process, and so I think as we use the $300,000, we'll bring it to the finance committee, and then they'll report it to the other board members.
So has this been brought up to the finance committee before?
It has. We had a meeting Friday.
Friday. And what is the
Wednesday.
Wednesday, that's correct.
Did
That's correct.
the finance committee have any recommendation for it? Or we're just gonna have the presentation here?
President Lee, did you?
We in that committee did not say one way or another where this was coming from, just that this was the MOU. And my understanding was that when the actual time came to approve the funds specifically, that was going to have to come to the board for that approval at that time.
That would be
So,
a
yeah,
That was,
bar
that
adjustment.
was, that was my understanding. So this was, my understanding of this document in our meeting is that this allows the city and the Grant Cibola County Schools to work together to have this project go forward, which, as Mr. Triplehorn indicated, to the benefit of our school.
And so this MOU, I'm sorry.
Right.
Yes.
It is possible too that there is still some overages of money available from our Blue Water project. Mesa View is more expensive than we anticipated, but it's possible we may have some of that money that we could utilize as well.
And so you're exactly right, Ms. Lee. This MOU just says that we're gonna start working together to see how we can fund this project. When we do actually get ready to cut a PO for it, we of course have to bring that to the board because it's gonna be in excess of $60,000. And so we will have the line items put out in there that we're gonna take it from this fund, or we're gonna take it from this fund and this fund and this fund. We will bring that back to the board. This is just giving me and the business office the ability to work with the city to hash those details out.
And we already have an agreement in place with the city, is that correct, for,
For several projects, yes.
and this would be in addition to those? Or this is, I'm just asking for clarification for our audience. This would be in conjunction with,
An existing MOU that we have, yes, ma'am.
thank you.
Clarification on the third, no, the second whereas. Because the actual motion is kind of pretty general. And so I'm assuming, when I read amendment of the motion, it says amendment of the original memorandum of understanding shall take effect immediately upon its approval and adoption. So basically, that means we're committing the district to $300,000 regardless of where the funds come from. That's what it reads to me. And the second whereas, it says, whereas it has become necessary to amend the executed MOU to include specifically project funding by GCCS of up to $300,000 for the Washington Avenue Phase 2 and 3 roadway drainage project. And so that sounds like if we do approve the motion, Madam President, then we're actually moving to commit $300,000.
Up to
$300,000. And I thought I just heard someone say that we will be bringing this back.
When we do the actual payment, it will come back.
When we do the actual PO, we will have to bring that back to the board.
So what would the ramification be then if the board at this time decided not to sign this MOU, as far as how will that impact the Grant Cibola County Schools if the board decided at this time not to agree to sign?
So I would say it would significantly delay the city's project on Washington, because they're gonna have to find another funding source from a grant or something like that. So it could delay it up to 6 or 7 months, maybe a year to get that grant, I don't know. If that project is not done, when we finish Mesa View Elementary, the new school, we will not be able to move into it. There'll be an empty building sitting there.
Because of the flooding.
Because we won't be able to hook up to the sewer.
Right. Oh, okay.
The current.
Because of the politics.
Yeah.
Because of the politics.
Politics. Let me, Mrs. Lee, let me ask, maybe have a different perspective. As a business major and an entrepreneur running my dad's business, isn't it customary to know where the funding is coming from before you spend it? Or create a project that's gonna need money, I always believe that you should have the finances in place before you start a project. I mean, that's just me. I'm a business major. That's what I learned in business. It's kind of like we're doing just the opposite.
Mr. Triplehorn, didn't you just say where the funding was gonna come from?
Yeah, we're gonna probably use SB9 is probably what we're going to do. I'm probably 99.9% positive we're gonna use SB9 funds. To answer Ms. Hunt Daly's question or comment, construction projects are very, they're not your typical expenditure, because when you get into buying materials and stuff like that, that market fluctuates so much. And if you put a job out to bid at the wrong time, costs for materials and labor could be higher than what you had anticipated. So kind of like when we built Blue Water, we weren't anticipating that building to be $18 million. We were thinking it was going to be $8 million. And so it just depends on the market of what's happening in construction at the time. So you can't really, I mean, you can have a good idea of where you're going to be, but literally we had to go to Plan B because of Blue Water. We had to go out and sell some more bonds because otherwise we would have been able to build Mesa View. And so construction is not your atypical business. You can forecast and you can project, but if the government decides to charge tariffs on everything coming into this country, then prices go through the roof. So you can plan,
But Mr. Triplehorn is saying you're probably going to use that fund. Still, it's not a sound business practice. If I ran my dad's trucking business like that and say I'm going to order a water truck, and I'm probably going to use this money. If not, I might probably have to use this money. That just makes it look very uneasy and very improbable to actually show somebody we know what we're doing. I don't know. That's
So, Mrs. Hunt Daly, let me clarify. Mr. Triplehorn, this is not his budget this is the city's budget. Mr. Triplehorn did not miscalculate the budget. The city has asked us to help support with this so we can have sidewalks around the school. We, in a good faith, we can help support this. We do have extra money. We don't know which account we're going to take it out of, but it would be good for us to commit this money to this project.
and we are not committing any money tonight. We're just going into a conversation with the city to see where we can fund this project from.
All right, and with that, I will ask Mr. Widener for a recommendation, sir.
I recommend that we approve to amend the MOU.
All right, is there a motion to approve the MOU with the City of Grants to fund the Washington Avenue Phase 2, Phase 3?
I'll make a motion to approve the MOU with the City of Grants on Washington Avenue Phase 2 and 3.
And is there a second? All right, I will second that motion to approve the MOU with the City of Grants to fund the Washington Avenue Phase 2 and 3 MOU. Is there any further discussion, board members?
Madam President, I think that there's merit behind the project. What I think my concern is, number one, is it legally allowable for us to do that? And number two was, what sources of funds we were going to use, and I think that should have been stated clearly for us. Because right now, the amendment, it just says we're going to amend the motion, amend the regional memorandum, and I've read the regional memorandum. And I guess we are going to be adopting all the whereas clauses. That's I guess my assumption. I really have some discomfort with doing it like this And I hope that there's not going to be an overage on this.
Well, luckily it says that
Thank
there
you.
can't be, because it's up to
Well,
a certain amount, right? Thank you for that,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you, sir. Anything else, board members? Mr. Ortiz?
Mr. Triple, and so if this passes, the next phase, you will have the amount and where the money's gonna come from.
Yes, sir. So I will bring to the board probably either next board meeting or the last one in February, an action item to approve a requisition or a PO to the city in the amount of $300,000. And it'll have the fund codes on there. And I'll explain what those fund codes are because they're just numbers. So I will definitely have to bring that back to the board, so.
Anything else, board members? Mrs. Sandoval, roll call, please.
Dr. Ashambo?
Yes.
Mrs. Hunt Daly?
No.
Mr. Hudemel?
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz?
Yes.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye, the motion carries. And our final action item is consideration of approval of Chromebooks. Superintendent Weidner.
We have a, let me find it.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
The final action item in your packet is 208, Cooper just changed that. $208,444 for the purchase of Chromebooks. It looks like we will be purchasing 800 Chromebooks. 400 Chromebooks. All right, so you want to tell us about that, Mr. Jones?
Mr. Jones.
So, Chromebooks are a reality. All of our students use Chromebooks from pre-K to 12. We have had Chromebooks basically in circulation since 2020. We have a lot of those devices that are still in use, and they have just been abused. Not negligently necessarily, but they've been going home with students and they've been worked on for the last 5 years. And we are seeing those first-gen Chromebooks dropping off. They're not as good as technology moves very quickly. So I provided 3 separate quotes, just so the board was confident that the business office did our due diligence in getting those quotes and then letting them make a decision. So I recommend that we purchase these 400 Chromebooks from CDWG. They are a CES approved vendor and somebody that we have done business with in the past. You'll notice that it is not the cheapest quote. The other quote that we have is from a vendor that has not been vetted, and somebody that is out of state. And in our conversations with them and calling them, their delivery times are somewhat up in the air. So I think that the difference of $5,000 and some change is worth it, knowing who we're doing business with and having a timely delivery. This funding will come from our EdTech notes. We have $427,000 available to us. The EdTech notes are really generally easy to be awarded. Basically, we just say that we want them and they're given to us. I anticipate that before the end of this school year, you hear from me again to order an additional 400 to 500 Chromebooks so that we can make sure that it's for our students, because especially at the high schools, if students don't have Chromebooks, they're typically falling behind and not getting their work done. So that's that.
Thank you, sir. Superintendent Weidner, is there a recommendation, sir?
I recommend that we buy the 400 Chromebooks.
Wonderful. Is there a motion to approve the Chromebook purchase, board members? And is there a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. It has been moved by Mr. Ortiz and seconded by Dr. Archambault to approve the purchase of Chromebooks from CDWG. And that quote confirmation is $208,000, $208,444.00. Is there any discussion, board members?
Yes, I didn't hear a word he said, but I got the amounts from you. And are these replacement Chromebooks for broken ones, or are they for new students, or where is the need?
They are replacing our outdated devices that are broken.
Okay, all right.
You were able
Thank
to
you.
hear that? Okay. Anything further, board members? All right, hearing none, we shall proceed to a roll call vote. Mrs. Sandoval, please.
Dr. Ashambo,
Yes.
Mrs. Hunt Daly,
Yes,
Mr. Hadamio,
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz,
Yes.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye, the motion carries. Next on our list is executive session. Consistent with the Open Meetings Act and board authorities and regarding the Open Meetings Act, no action will be taken and only the items listed will be discussed. Discussion of limited personnel matters pursuant to NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, specifically for the board to discuss and prepare the superintendent's summative evaluation. Is there a motion to move to executive session as presented?
So moved.
Thank you. And is there a second?
A second.
Thank you. It has been moved by Dr. Archambault and seconded by Mr. Ortiz to move to executive session as presented. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, we shall proceed to a roll call vote. Mrs. Sandoval, please.
Dr. Ashambo,
Yes.
Mrs. Hunt Daly,
yes,
Mr. Hadamio,
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz,
Yes.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye, the motion carries. The board will move to executive session at 8:00 p.m. We shall take a short break in order to get the executive session online for Ms. Hunt Daly. We are back. I will again state, consistent with the Open Meetings Act and board authorities and regarding the Open Meeting Act, no action was taken and only the items listed were discussed. And that was specifically for the board to discuss and prepare the superintendent's summative evaluation. Is there a motion, board members, to reconvene open session as presented?
So moved to reconvene.
Thank you. And a second, please.
Second.
Thank you. It has been moved by Mr. Ortiz and seconded by Mr. Jaramillo to reconvene open session as presented. And Mrs. Sandoval is not here, so I will do the roll call vote. Dr. Archambault?
Yes.
And Ms. Daly left. Mr. Jaramillo?
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz? And Mrs. Lee, aye. Motion carries. The board has reconvened open session at 10:11 p.m. Next, Mr. Widener, announcements, sir.
Yes, a couple of upcoming announcements, kind of taking us deeper into our spring. January 29th, 2025 is the early dismissal day for students. That'll be a professional development day, and so that's coming up next week. February 4th, we have our regular school board meeting. February 13th through 15th, we have the New Mexico School Board Association Board Institute in Santa Fe. And then March 10th and 11th is the NAFIS conference in Washington, DC, which is important. We talked about a lot of the stuff leading up to that tonight. So that'll be in March.
And future agenda items.
Definitely, this is one that we keep talking about and need consistency from school site to school site. I need to bring the draft of the GCCS disciplinary handbook before the board.
Excellent. Anything else, board members?
FFA will be going to speak with the legislators too on February 5th.
Very good.
And I have set him up to meet with George Manuse. They're gonna be on the floor with him.
Oh, neat.
Excellent.
Awesome. All right. If that's all, Superintendent Widener.
I recommend that we adjourn this meeting.
Wonderful. Is there a motion to adjourn our meeting as presented?
I'll move.
Second.
Oh, it has been moved by Mr. Ortiz and seconded by Mr. Jaramillo to adjourn the meeting as presented. Again, I will call the vote. Dr. Archambault?
Yes.
Mr. Jaramillo?
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz?
Yes.
And Mrs. Lee, aye. The motion carries. The board has adjourned at 10:13 p.m. Thank you all
What
for
time do